this thing on? Do I remember how to stream? I don't know. Hello and welcome to my stream. Chief Multi-Hat, thank you for showing up and being with me today. Certainly appreciate that. Yeah, hopefully I'll get a little more work done in this stream. Maybe a bit longer stream. Been doing a lot of coding, as I should, since I am a computer programmer, developer, whatnot, for my real job. So, even though this is my hobby, I get burnt out, you know. Hard to concentrate after a hard day's work. But I think today should be well. Bring that up a little bit. Get the old background music going. All right. Once again, I've changed my physical layout of my computer room, my screens, so I don't know where to look anymore. Hey. All kinds of fun stuff. All right. Am I showing screen? I am. Yes. I need some more window graphics. I'd kind of turn them off a little bit once in a while. Do. I have maze run. There we go. The maze run. And how about... Oh, what else? Where is it? Hello? Aha! There we go. All the distractions you could possibly want. This got loud. At least it's loud in my ear. Hopefully my volumes are okay. Trying to have the microphone a little bit closer to my face. And of course, as soon as I start speaking, my voice disappears. That's all right. Cool. So yeah, I got a new tool. A nice ultra-wide monitor, which I find ridiculously wide. Although my laptop isn't capable of its full resolution, it's still two HD wide monitors, and you know, nice, good, easier on the eyes. I can put some stuff on it, so I like it. But I'm not used to it. Okay, so what are we working on today? Well, I figured I'd just kind of try to remember what I need to do. At times like this, that, what do I do next? Well, if you don't make a list, don't make a plan, I need to kind of work on plans and lists. I use it at work. I probably got to do it at work. I don't want to do it at home. Try to keep things in my mind up here, which I think younger me would have been perfectly fine with that, but I've noticed that the windows are being left open and the paper is flying out of it, and I lose track of what I'm doing. So I must get with the program, as it were. There we go. A little twisting of the mic. All right. Let's just see here. Play the game here a little bit. noticed. Oh, got a message. Approaching. There we go. I need to get the ability working. Don't have the ability working yet. I mean, it's working, not rehooked up. Wow, old man just about obliterated. Let's wait. Clara could do some spell casting. Lesser heal against the old man. He'll do a sleepy. Cast a spell. More or lesser healing. Not Pickle Rick. Oh, yes. I should put their health on these. Yeah. Actually, I can do that right now. Don't I have a scream encounter? Where is that at? I don't think I've actually got to the end of a battle music before. Interesting. No, trying to find my menu. There we go. Okay. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is top conditions returning. All right, top conditions. I'm gonna report back your AC. So I should do something like I need to change this. Go to definition and put in armor. Pardon me. Quite a gooey mess. Ow. Bubbly goo's kicking my butt. Alright, so the old man attempted to parry. Old man gets hit. Some skewering. Some. Alright. Right back to healing. There we go. Pickle Rick received mortal wounds? What? Let's go back in the VOD and see how much damage that guy took. Whoops. Wow. Powerful slime here. What? What did I do? Test, did I change the white slime for test here? I mean, what's going on? Oh. That wasn't good. Yikes. Well, let's try to see. That's kind of funny. I have a dead man moving the party around. No. Wait. If your guy's dead and he's the one mapping, shouldn't it not map? That's funny. I probably should do something like that. Okay, what's going on? Oh, go find out. White slimes. Now, how is this? How is this doing this? Excuse me. Is that right? Clearing out some of my spawn here. I need a clear all button, but that's okay. All right. Move spawn bank options. This one. This one. This one. Add. White slimes. Add. I need to refresh that. Red slimes. Is that not working? Select. Show the maze. Main menu. Let's spawn to bank. Now, why did that not work? And what? Counter spawner. Okay. Interesting. How did I mess that up? Huh. Let's save. Alright, it spawned. Red slimes. And add some blue slimes. Blue slimes. Set spawn index. 10, 10, 10. And okay, and red slimes. Red slimes. Blue slimes. 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 Slime. Blue slimes. Technically blue slimes. I mean, it's kind of slime overkill, but right. Forgot to of course. Didn't get a chance to save it. Oops. I need... Why can't this ever find this? It's not the command window. I forgot. Seriously. Hmm. Hackery? Let's go back to town. Go back into the maze. No. Secret stave occurs. Cheat level detected. Alrighty then. Oops. Alrighty then. What's I doing? Let's exit. Hit the old run again. Caffeination. Right. Pop it over there. Editor. Ah, good. Saved the measures. Saved. the maze and the options there. All right. Note to self. All right, let's see what's going to happen. Everyone's dead. Back to town. Inform the secret. Let's give Ike, who is dead, this dubious slime, which somehow brings him back from the dead. Now they can rest. Ike will rest for a day, and a day, and a day. And everyone else is 100%. Right. Go back to the maze. Right. Everything here should be slimes. 10%, 1 in 10 chance of slimes. Let's see what happens. Of course, there's 2 of them. Right. Why is this for 5? Firebolt, and do another firebolt here. Start the battle. Immediately get some. What is with this default 5 damage? Something's going on here. Not correct. Rick is dead again. He'd be dead again. You can't enjoy that, he's dead. Okay. I'm going to... let's see here. Where is that? Where is the battle? Game encounter. Run. Apply. Dispatch a fight. Static void. Alright, let's go to... Alright, let's find out here. Shrink this up. And let's immediately counter. Start the battle. Alright. People who are attacking should probably just be the monsters. It is in fact a mob fighter. A level 1 white slime with a strength of 14. Wow. Strength of 14? That seems excessive. A strength of 14. Really? And seals. All right. Multi is just one. False. And multi. Weapons null, it can be. Alright, so 11. Defender is 12. Weapon blessings, no modifiers. Advantages at 0. Wait, -1. Defender immobile check. Disadvantage. Skeleton. Aspect is corrosion. Right, save stat dex. Check. Passed. Selected effect roll is 1. Check is failed. Nope. Check is passed. And then we do a weapon encounter damage. Weapon is slime weak. Slime weak effect min and max is 1. Number of attacks is 1. Handling. Oh. Score strength. Mob hit bonus. Nope. Attacker is mobile. Attack damage, nope. Weapon stat. Proficiency is 2. Weapon attack proficiency. All right. Addition modifiers. No, none. Proficiency. Get a +4. Wow, 4. I might have to look into these stats a little bit much. Wow. All right, we got no vital attack. Number of weapon attacks is 1. All right, vital damage. 0, no crit. All right, roll counter advantage -1. Well, -1 means it's going to roll twice and take the worst one. Modifier is 2. Damage. Aspect damage 0. 0. 0. Weapon proficiency. Weapon damage is 2. Critical damage would have been a 2. All right. Compare. Normal. If roll is a 17 and the counter defense is a 12, the number of attacks is +1. Damage is 2. And final damage is interesting. Weapon is null. 11. $15. Modifier 0. Advantages. Right. Oh, failed DC. Weapon save up 8. Check. Roll of 3. Oh, that'll do it. And then the effect roll. Effect roll is 1. So, as 1. Failed. And we're going to go in here. Get shocked by the music. And then, all right. Well, we got aspect. Corrosion. Damage of 1. There's no hit override. Attacker advantage. Attacker modifiers. Defense. Okay. Weapon master. It is a corrosion. Prime weapons, weak slime. Number of attacks. One attack. Weapon stat. Attacker is okay. 10, 10, 10. Right. Weapon proficiency is a 2. Attack proficiency is a 2. There's no condition modifiers. right. Oh. Four. False. Zero, 1, 0. Oh, I need a, yep, I do. Okay. Where does the strength bonus comes in? What did I call this mob? Oh, well. Weapon damage. Where's weapon stat proficiency? Right here. Ready for commands. Alright, I want to attack now. Fight. Fight. You're gonna fight. 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 I don't know if I like this blinking cursor or not. Start the battle. Everyone's gonna attack. That's fine. Of course, he hits good for 2. It's fine. Alright, let's go to the old editor. Let's go look at some party spawns. Nope. Let's go look at the old white slime. And your core stats is ridiculously high. How? This is not correct. Max min. Max and min. Alright. Explorer. Move up. Moving up. None of this is going to be true. room session initiate counter. Set. If there's immunity, then we. Okay. Cute. Right. Of course, it's meeting the counter. Mobs. Mob party. White slimes. Mob. Party members. 2. Dex is 13. Your strength is that's not correct. Okay, so this is generated before I got here. So well, let's see. Go to definition. Spawn greater than 0. Room spawn. Sorry. Ready for the old commands. Spell. Healing. I need to color code these. Goot. Possible fight. You will cast sleep. And then sleep as well. Sleep as well. Okay. Mrs. Pickle-Rick. Good. Oh, okay. Good. And we'll just fight. How do they go? Foreboding. All right. Room spawn ID is white slimes. Go to definition. Excuse me. All right, so we're going to spawn the mobiles. F11. All right, average level. We are all level 1. All right, let's go into here. Try to find. Found the mobile definition. Little mobile definition party chances. Chance. Mobile spawn is going to be of this. And here we go. Let's look at the strength score. between 5 and 3. Okay. Var mob. Okay, so now we're going to go. There's the definition file. I'm now going to go and execute the definition. So give me the level 1. If party has anything. Find all. 1 spawn. And on that 1 spawned, we still have attack score between 8 and 10. Strength score between 3 and 5. Okay. Mob is found. How many? 1. Mobs. Spawn mobile party. How many to generate? 1. Spawn mobile. All right, so spawn. Party name. Character name. F11. Right. Depending on the class. New mob fighter. Core stats. Now you notice the core stats are being rolled here because it's a mob fighter. Okay. Mob score is 14, right? Generate. Bonus. Min score or max score. Mob score is 5. Something's not right. Mob fighter. It's a 5. Huh. Create base character. Guess what this does? Oh boy. This is not what you're supposed to be doing at this time. Okay, creating the base character needs to be the first thing that happens way up here. So, this is a fail. Instantiate, create. But we don't know what the level is. Well, we will when we grab this. Yeah. Level. Then we generate the base stats. And then we modify the base based off of the mobile definition. And then last but not least, we finish off. Now, the order of which these things are done are not really important. Okay. We will now have more proper generated monsters. Wow. I wonder if these things are kicking my butt. Flee for your lives! All right. Parry. Actually, everyone's already parrying. So we'll start the battle. White slime misses. Yes. Misses. 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 Well, you know what? Now we've went to the other side of things and completely yay! It attacked me once. Battle. Yeah, these guys wouldn't bother. Utterly destroys the white slime. Good as a 20. Wow. Well, that's more. And because their dex is much lower, then we could actually hit them. Technically. That party spawns. White. Alright, so technically, white slime should have a lot more. Wow. I guess I wouldn't get that much help. Took an absolute beating. 10? Really? Wow. Interesting. I bet all these monsters are completely feel different now. Not that they're responding correctly. I attempt 3 attacks. See what happens here. Of course, I get attacked by 2 of them at once. It's violent for once, okay. Misses. 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 Let's see if it's being translated correctly. Go back to the battles here. Lost my way completely. Number of attacks. Attack bonus is hit bonus. Oh, these are hit bonuses, not. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, see, -3. So it runs out to be 2. Weapon proficiencies 2, -3. Modifier, hit bonus. Weapon of attacks is 1. Yeah, that did what it's supposed to do. Hey, we got a hit. Right. Pickle will fight. And then Clark here will heal. Pickle Rick. Rest of peace. Herring. And immediately whacks him. 1 damage, heal. And then again. This is the white slime. All right. Wave of foreboding. Oh, 2 of them. Spell. Heal. What? Start the button. I catch it once. 7 and 7. Alright, so I go for 1. And so they, yeah, little added hit points has made them a little more tougher. But they can't do much to you. Which is, yeah, kind of wanted that. Clark has no mana. There we go. Mana. There we go. Poofed. Right. Everyone fights. Excuse me. Alright, let's go back into the maze. Go to editor. Party spawns. I don't think I could do this yet, but let's see. It spawns. I need it, Bell, to add another. Fighter, zombie brain, paladin brain. We'll just give the white slime the celestial judge brain. This will be catastrophic. This is dumb. This will be interesting. The world will never know. Right. Let's give it a try. What? Interesting. I gave it the brain of another type of mobile, but it does not have the abilities. So when it attempted to go, I want to cast a spell, it's going to go, don't know what you're talking about, which is what it's supposed to do. Cool. Let's get that fixed. Party spawns, go back into white slimos, and let's take that back to the default game brain. There. Quit going to town. All right, go in this room. Oh. A little critical hit there. I need a little flea animation. Okay. Excellent. Little Charizard, that's supposed to be there. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I will be back in about 5 minutes or so, and please hang on tight. I'll be here making some more code changes, actually. So, all right. Oh no, I've been raided. Well, I'm out. Thanks, Raiders. I hope you're still here. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Who came in? Wind. I'm back. Make sure I'm all set up here. Took a little break. In the back of my mind, I thought, you know what? Something will probably raid me, and I'm going to be out of here. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Turn the music down a little bit. Yeah, I was kind of working on some Dungeon Treptera. I'm trying to figure out where I was, since I've been really busy with work and not being able to get into the game itself, development. But beyond that, gonna go through here. Let's see what happened. All right, came in, raided, and I was gone. Empty chair. Empty chair. Stream, as it were. Absolutely. All right. Well, hey. Well, we just play it a little bit. I think it looks pretty much the same as last time you've probably seen it, but there was this infuriating bug as to having my monsters be overly strong when I specifically said, "Hey, I want you to be a weakling monster," and I was like, "No, I'm gonna be a giga monster." Thanks. So yeah, order of operations. I had all the details. It says, here's how you're going to build out the something or other. Turn this down. Too much. Too much going on. There we go. So yeah, basically, I'm in the process of creating these edit screens. Gotta expand this a little bit. There we go. And music a little loud, isn't it? Actually, you have no music. Should have music now. Too many buttons in OBS. All right. So yeah, basically this is the maze editor for the game. And I've been working on, like say, the party spawns, for example, like white slimes. And in here, you're basically saying to make a white slime, you want to give it the kind of armor. Actually, there's no armor, but here's a weapon. And then here's what you could, here's basically the random tables on how you're going to generate your monsters. And let me just randomize its brains there by accident. It's loud. Apologize for loud. And you have these core stats like 3 to 5, 8 to 10. And it wasn't behaving like that. I was getting hit for like 6, 8 damage. I'm like, this is gonna kick my butt. I appreciate that, Igni. And this is the editor screen. So these screens are being rebuilt so that I can actually make the game. And then when you own the game, you could actually go in and totally change up your game experience if you want to. I don't know if I'll lock that behind a soft win or something like that. Maybe, maybe not. But essentially, it gives you the opportunity to create your own type of monsters and such throughout the game. Potentially. So yeah. So here's the maze, for example. Level 1. You could scroll through the maze. It's a 30 by 30. Each level is 30 by 30. Each room, you set up the walls on the inside of that room. So right now, A is like, I forget what A is. Access and S is solid or not solid. So if I were to scroll, you can see I'm scrolling the types of walls to put into it, or the types of doors to put into it, using the thumb the thumb pad. And then you could just hit X, your A to select, and you draw it. Now, because its S is active there, that means that if I'm giving a particular room and I'm building, I want the north wall, the top wall, and I want it to be a solid wall, then it's going to look at the room above it and set its wall on the opposite side to give it the full, so that's going to be like a full wall. Otherwise, from inside the room, it's going to look like a wall, but from outside the room, there's no wall. That gives you the one-way capabilities. And then to go through, let's read my instructions. B, no, not B. Oh, I need to fix that. I need to change that. X cycles. So this is as is, exactly as, and then if I were to take this off and go up here. I can then turn these things off, like that. So anyway, that's my maze editor. And it's scrolls up and down. Then if you were to, there's 10 levels. I went back too far. Now for the set room spawn index, what does that mean? Well, that means for level 1, I can designate the types of monsters that could spawn. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and however many you want. And then you give the odds, like 1 to 20, 1 to 10. Now what I have here is I have the what's called SC Maze V1, basically means scenario. It's kind of your generic grab bag of monsters for that level. SPs, or spawn parties, these are specific ones. Appreciate that. It's a maze. I'm not sure if it's quite amazing, but I certainly appreciate that. Yeah, so you pick, you can pick this, or if I say I want to add a spawn to my spawn bank, I scroll through the various groups. Let's say I'm going to pick a different, I think I got a yellow slime. Let's go for yellow slime. And then I'll have a yellow slime in here. I'll go up, it's 1 in 10 chance. I'll select it. And then basically you'll see this little 4 move around. And what I could do then is say I want to replace those values with 4. That will then, when you enter that room, that's where it's going to generate your yellow spawn, or yellow slime. Yeah, that's how you configure the monsters, basically. So, now I'm in play game mode. I just move around, if I can remember my room, which I don't. Oh, Pickle Rick is engulfed in a wave of foreboding. And here's your battle. Go to ready commands. Pickle Rick is going to fight. Your first 3 are your fighters. Well, it goes from top to bottom. Monsters are generally going to try to attack the ones up front, and your ranged and ranged weapons work better on the in the positions in the back. If you have your mage, for example, go up and say, "Yep, I'm going to fight with my daggers," you're essentially telling your mage to run up front to stab them and run back. And while they do that, they probably going to get clobbered. Not so much by white slimes, but other monsters. So now everyone's set to fight. I'll hit ready command. Actually, I'll hit start battle. And there you go. You get your battle logs. And it looks like everyone beat up on the slime pretty good. And it has received mortal wounds. So yeah. Now you get your gold and your XP. Kind of rinse and repeat a little bit. Oh, Pickle Rick feels danger again. And down below I do have a mapping system. It kind of depends on, right now, the first person in your party, Pickle Rick, he's a fighter. He's not incredibly, he's average intelligence. So every time you move through a room, there's a chance that he will map it. Other times there's not a chance. So that's why you could see, oh, we have an encounter. So then these are yellow slimes. There we go. All right, let's just have everybody not fight. And this is what happens. So yeah, the slime is trying to use corrosion. Now, higher level yellow slimes actually have an electrical attack. So they get electrified on the attack. But they don't, they're kind of designed not to hit too much, for example. So we'll go ahead and take these guys out. Oh, let's have everybody fight. Probably need like a everyone fight button. Oh, I just click on things so quick. Don't mean to do that. Yeah, so battle axe and rapiers. And there you go. Where am I? So yeah, Pickle Rick is mapping the rooms, kinda. He's kind of missing his spots there a little bit. See if I can, oh, didn't make it back in time. Parry. And then we'll start the battle. White Slime did, in fact, is able to hit Clark for 1 damage. And we're back to town. Go to Boar's Snout. Rest and recovery. Get some healing in. Spend some gold for night. There we go. Over to Bart's weapons. Let's see. He has a battle axe. I have 48 gold. Let's see here. What does a battle axe do? 1 to 8. Light crossbow. Ooh, a maul. Don't have enough. Oop, need 531 gold. Price is a little bit, oh, there's a free one, Rusty Sword. That's still expensive. Dope. So basically, yeah, these are kind of a starting off of, yeah, it's the same wall. I don't need to, I mean, we passed it already. We know what it is. It's a wall, right, guys? You get armor. And then trade and procurement basically means, I don't have it on yet, but you could find like items in the maze to sell. Or sell your own stuff if you want to. Let's go back. Then you'll learn spells and things like that. So yeah, you have your town if you're different shops do things to get basically armor and weapons. I have like a basic set there. The things that make it change is going to be you're going to have weapons that do more damage, weapons that grant you like abilities, weapons that have corrosion attack, ice attack, fire attack, different types of attacks. And then depending on what kind of level you're on and what monsters you're fighting, you might need a fire weapon against a mage, ice giant. Things like that. And then you learn your spells. You have like different kinds of items to use, whether they're to drink for, you drink them for healing, or poison removal, or salves to help with bad injuries, or if someone's turned to stone, you have to rehydrate the skin or something. Yeah, get those things set up. And of course, I need to fill out the Celestial Curios right now. And Boar's Snout, we have food and drink. I got a special food and drink called Dubious Slime. It serves a couple purposes. Well, yeah, I mean, you eventually can get the, the Gatling missile launcher. But yeah, when asked, do when you start logging the monsters and the like, do you start with the weakest and strongest to work your way from there? So when you go through a battle, which the slimes will oblige me pretty quickly. So what you do is, there's right now there's 2 slimes and there's 6 of you, and you're going to go through and yeah, good, I didn't skip it. You're going to pick your options. Now, technically, I need to reactivate the abilities. I'm still working on the GUI because I'm switching over from being a website to an actual game. Well, both are games, but this is this is to be installed in a computer instead of on a website. So abilities, you could pick an ability, which for fighters they are feigning and feign, which draws their attention to your monsters. To you specifically, have a higher chance of hitting you. And then thieves have the ability to go into shadows for some sneak attack damage and things like that. And and also in the future, so will the monsters. So, and then you could use items. And if you're a caster, a spellcaster, you can cast a spell. I can do like a minor curse. That's going to go against that group of white slimes. If you have multiple groups here, then what's going to happen is that when you hit a spell for something that goes against a whole party, like a minor curse, you could pick, it's going to have say 2 white slimes. You got to pick which group. It's kind of random, but, and then of course same thing with the spells. Now, once you've kind of set up your strategies, now before you hit the start the battle, what happens on start the battle? There are a total of 8 combatants, and everything is set up so that it's going to determine the order of operation and when they attack, based off of how fast they are, nimble they are, special abilities and things like that, and some randomness. And then it has a whole list of, it just basically has the order of order of attack. So Picklebrick might be first, he might be last, and things like that. And then we'd have to use we'd have to transpose the eagle mark, sound a little bit lower, maybe reverse it a little bit to get past that copyright. But your order then, so in this particular case, Pickle Rick did in fact win the first slot, so he got to get out of the gate and attack first. So he attacks. The second person gets attacked was the old man. So his dagger, but he missed the white slime. And then now Clark gets to cast this. Now Clark came up next. He was able to cast his minor curse. And it tells you, who got cursed and who succumbed to it or not. And then the white slime was able to clobber. So now that's white slime's turn. Violet for 1 damage. Goot attempted to parry. Didn't tell him to do anything. So he now parries. So Goot wasn't a parry. He wasn't quite into the full parry until at this point in time. So if anybody attacked Goot before he parried, that would have been a standard attack. But now from this point on, he had benefits of parrying, basically actively trying to not get hit. And then Violet then gets to attack, and then the corrosion, the white slime attacks again. Another white slime actually misses the Violet. It casts a firebolt. And then you'll see that it's succumbed to the firebolt and burns for 4. Now what you have here is, it'll say at the end, it'll say white slime is cursed and cursed. It should also say that he has another effect. But anyway, at the end, spells and effect, you can get conditions upon, you have conditions that can be put upon yourself or your characters or the monsters, and all those resolve then at the end. So if I had a flaming sword, it had a chance of doing physical damage, but also could burn them and makes them on fire. It'll say that, it'll say it scorched them for 4 damage and they're on fire. And then and so then when you have that, at the end of the fighting rounds, then it just goes through and iterates through everyone who has conditions and lets them run. So right now it's still saying, okay, at the end of the round, White Slime is still cursed. Both of them are cursed. And then you just... Now generally, anybody who casts magic, they just go back into the default parry mode. But we can have the cleric fight. Goot will fight, and then I'll leave the mages to parry. If you say flee for your lives, there's a 50-50 chance of fleeing. And then each character that is fleeing has like a bonus added to it. So, yeah, I'm still working on the flee mechanic, but essentially you're running, you know, all abandoned on something like that. There I am. Yay. Okay, now I'm fully back from where I was gone. But, yeah, so you could just, you know, go for your battle again. This particular, well, Pickle Rick is just kicking butt. He's up first. Now that's White Slime died, so no matter what it was going to do, it's actually I turned it off. Actually later on I'll say White Slime would have fought, but he's dead. I don't need to say that, so it just doesn't. But I did have a system where I thought, like, since all the fighting was instant, because White Slime received a mortal wound, it just means he's going to die at the end of the round, but he still gets to attack. And I just kind of find it it's just too deadly. So I just, once you kill them in the order, they're done from that point on. It's just the usual chance for success for running. What happens is if you fail to run, then the monsters get a free attack on you. They can get bonuses to attack you. So if you're probably fleeing because the monster's bad, so at least it's going to end quickly. So type of thing. But I'll give an example of horrendous matchup. This will be kind of fun. Let's go into the set room spawn index. Let's go to add a spawn, and we're going to add Celestials. This is for the higher levels. And then we're going to set that to a 1 in 2 chance. And then let's put the Celestial at the end of this door here. Okay. And technically every time I go into the maze, I save the game to disk. I don't have a good save menu yet. All right, here we go. I might have to attack a slime before I get there. Let's see. I do. Of course there are 2 of them. All right, everyone's gonna fight. Yeah. All right. That time Goot went nuts and attacked him. I did make slimes have a lot more hit points. How are we doing for health here? But it's still good. There we go. Heavy blasting. Bashing and skewering. There we go. A little experience. All right. Prepare to go into the Door of Doom. Door of Doom. Music's kind of appropriate, actually. Celestial Orbs. So now we get to attack Celestial Orbs. What we really should do is just run away. But we're not going to run away. Oh boy. Alright, so Pickle Rick is going to attempt to fight. Clark probably should cast a spell. He should probably cast Hold. But he's going to cast Celestial Armor on himself. Goot is just going to attack. Ike will attempt to cast Sleep on the celestial being. And so will... No. Old Man will attempt to not fight, but do a spell Firebolt. All right. Here we go. Oh boy. All right. Pickle Rick has decided to they both missed the Orb of Judgment. Orb of Judgment. Now, so programmatically, I'm going to create a bunch of type of what I call game brains. Basically, it's little snippets of code that handle how does it pick targets in your party. It kind of follows a pattern of sorts. So generally, I kind of have like a spell book with percentages, so that the first round it's going to try to do this, and then the second round, if it already did like say a defensive spell, it's going to attempt an offensive spell. So one of the things it can do, and this is one of them, is silence. So he immediately casts silence, and now everyone's silenced. Apparently everybody has gotten silenced. That it matters. So Ike, the mage, is silenced. So Goot, the thief, was not silenced. Ike. So then Ike attempted to cast Sleep. It just simply says Ike's condition prevented Sleep from being cast. Old Man tried to cast the Firebolt, but the condition prevented him from casting it. Clark attempted to cast the Celestial Armor, and he was prevented from casting it. And the battle axes missed the Orb of Judgment. And now at the end of the battle, everyone's silenced. So, at the draw, I should, in all intents and purposes, flee for our lives at this point in time. But we don't know, so we're just going to fight. All right, well, since everybody has no spell casting capability, now would be a good time to bring out your special trinkets and things like that. It's a figment of your imagination. Or is it? All right, everyone's going to fight now. All right, so misses the Orb of Judgment. Oh, here we go. This is perfect. Orbs of Judgment light hammer. This is a hammer made out of light. Which hit 4 times. Hits Clark, the cleric, 4 times for 56 damage. And I think he atomized him, pretty much. Clark has received mortal wounds. Well, no duh. At least Pickle Rick had hit him twice for 20 for critical. There you go, Pickle Rick. Look at that. You avenged Clark. All right. At this point, you get this false sense of, we might win. Okay, so they both missed the Orb of Judgment. Orb of Judgment has cast a Burst of Lightning. So this is an area effect spell, basically affecting the entire party. And everyone gets hit. Well, it depends. You roll to see if you get affected by the magic. And if you are affected by the magic, you're going to get the initial damage from it. And then you're going to get a condition of electrified. So here we have well, Goot resisted. That was kind of impressive. So he gets not any effects. Old Man succumbed to it for 16 damage and he was electrified. Violet was only hit for 8, electrified. And Ike was, of course, hit for 12 and electrified. And Violet's battle axes missed it. But Violet was affected, and then the electrocution kicks in after the end of the round for 5 more damage and succumb to damage. Now, what I haven't done before is when you get affected by these spells, I need to have the part in the log that says, okay, now do a quick check to see if they actually just died right then and there, because I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys died. It just doesn't say they're dead, or they just don't know they're dead yet. It's art. It can't hurt you. Exactly. All right. Goot is the only one alive. Everyone is dead. Now, the game normally what it will do is when it has detected that your entire party is wiped, I have a wipe screen and I have music. It's going to give you that music. and then it's just going to start you back at the beginning of the game, and then you have to go walk into your guild. Try to recruit more people. Don't tell them about the disaster, and they could either train up and go back and get your party, or you leave your party out there. All right, so Goot is going to try to flee for his life. Now, everyone says run. I need to do some like UI cleanup. Dead people can't pick anything, but let's see if Goot successfully runs. There we go. Oh, can you believe it? Goot actually did it. So you got the run music. I have a little. I need like a little pause. I'd like to have like a little animation of people running away. Run away! Going across, but all right. Question is, can I get out of this room before dying? I can't believe this. You realize that Goot, the entire conflict, Goot came out of that thing completely unscathed. Completely. Get this man a raise. Okay. Oh, I went to the wrong door. Except Goot's not very bright. He went through the wrong door. I played his character perfectly. He's not too intelligent. He has 8 brains. Okay. Do you think I'd be able to skip through this room without attracting it more attention or not? Let's find out. Oh. No. Sorry, Goot. Run for your life. Could not escape his foe, and run attempt has failed. Just blast him with lightning. Goot is toast. So this is an interesting situation. I have no end game code here, so let's see what happens. The doomed could not escape. The Orb of Judgment attempted to parry because there's nothing to do. I will just. Am I ever going to be able to run? There we go. The ghosts have ran away. Right. Ah, here we go. This makes sense. So yeah, I'm not expected to live past having a wipe out. So this is what the code looks like. What has happened here? Unhandled exception. Well, you kidding, right? Of course. Search encounter checks. Find all. So what's empty here? What is empty? It doesn't matter, it just crashed, so. Cartoon spirits have fled. Yes. Okay, so yeah. Game encounter. So now we're in the depths of the C# code. It does all these different things. This is a check. Search encounter check. And what was the problem with that? Oh. Find all. And if I were to go into this, go to definition, and basically says, hey, return an empty set. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I should have done that. All right. Oh. All right. Var ch equals Control X. All right, and then we gotta say if check dot count is equal to not greater than 0. Return the first one. Else return null. I don't like returning null. Check result first. New check result. No. Oh, can't say null. Character. No. And check. Not possible. Not checked. Not possible. 0, 0. All right. What's your problem? Oh. Okay. I need a. Okay. Fine. It has to be a parameter. No. There we go. There. Well, how about you say return? I know. I could just do this for shorthand. All right, now let's go take a look at who calls this thing. Check for danger and check. Okay. So this does return it returns an object, and this will not be true. Neither will this be true. All right. That'll still prevent a ghost party from working. Okay. There. A little bit of a fix. With that. Yeah, the Celestial used my face as a model, so I apologize for that one. I put my face in my game. I mean, I made the game, so why not put my face in it? I can think of many reasons why not to put my face in it, but we have no music. It's quiet. There we go. Nobody wants to hear my stomach growl. So yeah, I've been doing metagame stuff, basically things to create I'll appreciate that win. Yeah, this is about 2.5 years worth of work on something like this. So, and I rewrote it basically because I went from like a website over to this, and I probably would like to go back to a website. Most of the code's in C#, so why don't I use Godot? Because it's, yes, you can use C# and Godot, but it's not like fully available, if that makes sense. I think it is now, but it's too late. I'm not going to rewrite it for the 8th time. I want to get this done. But yeah, it is a C#. So I'm using Monogame, which is the old Microsoft XNA developer kit. And it's now been passed on to someone not Microsoft. I think those that were working on the core have taken it over outside of Microsoft. They have their own nonprofit that handles it now. But basically, it gives you the access to a graphic engine, whether you use DirectX or I think it's OpenGL. I think they're getting ready to support Vulkan. It does support 2D and 3D, but right at the raw level. So, it has like a screen, and you could then draw on that screen and have things that manipulate the graphics, and you could have like built-in collision detection rules and things. But it's all programmatic, Yeah. So you get the whole side of the house that deals with just creating the graphics part of it, which I would call traditionally the engine. A lot of times your engines out there don't have like an understanding of like, well, it's an RPG system and things like that. Now some game engines do, where it will have like a base. You want an RPG game, well, it uses base set of classes. It's this base setup, and you could just alter, provided you want to run the game the way they see it. Certain platformers will have, kind of like, well, quintessential platform support. We bake that into the engine so that you don't have to redo the wheels too much, type of thing. But with mono game, you have to basically come up with everything from scratch, which isn't too bad. This particular game is basically a slideshow text game, essentially. It does have capable of graphics. I mean, I got things moving across back and forth. They're up there, to show some of that. And also, if you were to create your frames, I've wrote classes that says, okay, take a sprite sheet, and how many milliseconds for each step do you want me to wait before I paint the next step? And so I can have an animation support. And now I got like ping pong, and I got like go forward and back, which would be ping pong, I guess. Or you can just go forward and go back to the beginning again, or reverse, and however. What's nice about that is that you can create my toad pop around there. Should make it a little bit bigger. There we go. But excuse me. So yeah, I mean, you got the graphics, you got the graphics, the UI, the user interface, the game flow, the handling, keyboard input, handle the controller, the game controller, type of connection. I don't have mouse for this game. Probably gonna have to add mouse. I hope not. I hope everyone has a game controller. You could use keyboard as well. Beyond that, but that's just the graphics side of the house. Then you got the game itself, which this is what I really am more used to doing, is creating like the systems that represent the game. Up here at the upper part up here is basically the things that handle the graphics. And this is all the part that handles the game itself. So technically, I could lift with this Maze RPG LIB, which is the Maze RPG library. You could lift that and put that into a website, and that's how I was able to make this game work in the website, essentially. If I could have like first class support in Godot, where I could just put this right in there and not have to have it static and all kinds of programmer things to it to make it work correctly, I probably would have done that too. What's interesting about like Godot or Unity is that it's industry standardization, where everyone talks in scenes and nodes, and how you build these things up. It's more like storyboarding and creating a movie, and you got those elements in there and the frames and such. Whereas mine just, I don't really have that of this. I'd have to learn how to do that, which is something I like to do. Talking about something to do, I need to get my butt busy, because I'm supposed to be at least writing a little something for White Vault's Game Jam, so shame on me. I need to come up with a little something, at least to put that in there to get that together. So I'm looking forward to that. much more time do we got? We still got a month, right? Half a month? Isn't it like end of May? I should go check that out. Let's see, jams. It's already passed. Ah! Ah, yes, 29 days. Perfect. I still have almost a month. So 29 days and 4 hours. Excellent. Of course, I do have a game called Virus Blasters. It's on itch.io. It's just something. It's just a top-down. Things fall from the sky. You get to shoot it until you lose, kind of a thing. I kind of put that out there around Christmas, because I wanted to learn more about the Godot and kind of get that going. One thing I need to add to that is just a more of a wave editor to allow you to add more of the waves, and then basically it is enough time for a second game. So I was thinking of has anyone ever played Rescue Raiders? This old Apple, when it first came out, I think it was. So Rescue Raiders, where you have a base on two ends of the, it's like a line, you get a base on the two ends, and you purchase units like a tank or a soldier and such, and over time your money just comes in, you buy them, and when you deploy them, they start marching from the end of your base, and they move across, to the other base. And then you had like stations with like balloons that went up and down, and what you could do is you could like move an engineer in there to capture that, like a listening station. You get more money if you can capture your nodes going across. And then that was like kind of the passive section of the game. Then you have a joystick and you have a helicopter. You can take off. You could fire missiles, and so you can go fly over. Don't run into those balloon buoys, and shoot at the enemy. But you had like a limited fuel and stuff, so you can only go so far and come back. So I think it was like so Rescue Raiders. I kind of wanted to make something like that. I had fun playing something like that, so I was thinking about. I'm not exactly sure how to make it whimsical. Maybe it should be babies going across the map trying to get to the bottle or something. I don't know. Yeah, it was. Rescue Raiders. It was pretty fun. It was cool about the limited amount of graphics they had back then. And of course, they still used assembly for those. So it still looked very smooth, even though it was maybe 1 to 3 colors. So it was pretty fun. Yeah. We have 3 standard game jams with the White Bolt. I just need to make 1, I think. Yeah, and I not necessarily try to always unpack everything that this game is doing on the stream. There's quite a bit. But mainly the stream is going to be my open work session, essentially. Get to share what I'm doing a little bit. You want to tell them he can make 3 games in time, or? So are most of you in the run and jump company? I know that I was watching Lemon's stream a little bit earlier today, and I know he's making that. I think it's a group project making that game. If I understand it right. Looks pretty amazing. That looks fun. Yeah, it looks. Do you have an idea about when it might be coming out, or? Nice. I'm trying to think what I need to do next. Really need to kind of work on. I'm tired of working on the edit screens. I think I just want to. I think I got enough in the edit screens to allow me to at least create the. I mean, really, create the maze and add the monsters to the maze. The rest of it I could do programmatically. And so when I write the code, I also write the code modularly, using modules. I can't speak. Modularity. Anyway, compartmentalized. How about that one? In chunks. So basically I have all these helper functions and these helper things so that I can go in and allows me to programmatically change, add more stuff more easily as I move on. So a lot of times when I do make code, I try to think of it from the standpoint of reusability and ease of, and also ease of use. I'm using what's called like more of a fluent idea. Essentially when you create, like here, I'm looking at the weapons. When you're creating weapons, you have your generic, your basic, what is a weapon? You give it a name, you give it damage, and then you can add, attributes to that. And you can change it, and even to the point where it's saying, like the stun club, where you add an aspect to it, an excessive thump, stunning, and it says a status effect level 1. So what does status effect do? Well, does this. So yeah, I could then select different effects and such with the game. So the game's kind of abstract. I got to thinking, it's supposed to be kind of retro-ish, but then like, I could add puzzles and stuff. And then suddenly I'm like, it's not exactly retro anymore. Because you didn't have those things back then. But I also want the game to be playable and enjoyable, at least by larger than small. Excessively loud. I think I'll just keep the regular background music going. I do have regular background. Is my background music running? Oh, yes, it just restarted. Oh, of course, I gotta take it away. Come on, slimes. What's going on here? I do need to fight all. Start the battle. Start the battle. There we go. Everyone's toast. Okay. Enemies are toast, not me. Alright, so like I have the 1 in 10. It seems like it's like 1 in 5. The way randomness seems at times. So some of the graphics, some of the things I like this pointer. Now, I have an effect, and I don't know if I like it too much, but when you make a select, it kind of flashes to indicate that you're using it. Oh yeah, I mean, that's not scope creep. No, I'm at that point where I need to probably add, I'm building the game to make the game, so I can actually start making the game now, right? Because really, when it's all said and done, I have all those monsters scrolling by. I don't have any stats for most of them. I got too many monsters of one kind, and I need more of others. I'm already up to 400 of them, so I was worried about not having enough. By doing some color palette shifting and things like that, I was able to get a few more monsters. But yeah, scoping is not too bad right now. But I even thought about, when you do your battle, I think it's around 400. I don't know. A lot of repetitive types because they're just color shifting the hues of the, but still they are at least countable. Dev games. I'll just go to Dungeons Treptera. Content. Images. Mobs. And let's go down. Bottom here. Oh no, I have about 500 wow. I now have 545 portraits so far. And I gotta not stop drawing because then I start getting sloppy again. I don't know if my stylus changed or something, but I'm kind of relying on the digital technique of that particular brush. And so, of course, your hand is going to move and kind of make advantage of that. I've been noticing my brain neurons have done something and overridden. Like, what happened to the technique? Where is it at? I can't get the same shape. What's going on? Crap. Everything's related. Everything is relying on being able to do that certain way. And, but, yeah, I'm been say what have I working with? Kirita, I think it is. I got that one, and I like the paint brushes in that one. Kind of messed around with Ace Sprites, but Ace Sprites more of a truly pixel, and some of my icons went into the pixel, and it's not that I want to try to blend too much of a different art styles, but yeah, pixels. I got pixelated or pixel icons, and then I got kind of that free flow charcoal pencil pastel type looking drawing for basically most of the monsters. Yep, Karita. I like it. I've been messing around with some of its stuff. It's like anything like that. I do MS Paint because, well, it's what I know. It's simple. I open up GIMP one time and there's like a billion things I need to learn to get this to work, and then I'm drawing on wrong layers. And I'm like, I can't do that. What the? Head explodes. And I've been trying to get out of MS Paint. I mean, I don't mind MS Paint, but you have to work a lot harder. There's no, you got to think. How do I emulate layers without having layers? And I'm moving around and creating like alpha masks. I have to hand draw, move them over top of a picture, copy that, paste it, and color in the solid mask so that it disappears. And work on it so forth. But a few clicks, you could probably get that to work better in something like an actual art program. But I'm not going to disparage MS Paint too much because it's cool. I like it. It's easy. It does more than what you think it could do. But yeah, I also learned to just draw and don't draw with perfection in mind, because I'll just put it out there. I'll erase a couple lines and add more to it, and I think of the drawing of it more like pushing putty around. Oh, that doesn't quite work right. Well, just add more putty and kind of push. If the color doesn't work, go over top of it until it does. And then after a while, it kind of just starts to come together, and it's kind of nice. Don't let perfects prevent you from doing it, I guess. And it ended up being a style of mine, I guess. I don't know if I want it to look better, because that's kind of the style. At the same time, I don't want it to look like stick figures either. So, we'll see how that goes. So yeah, 554. I just added a couple more recently, too. Needed, but I don't have... I'm good at making... Well, I'm not good at... I feel more comfortable at making monster faces and portraits and things like that. But when it comes down to like saying, oh, I want to make a humanoid, an actual human, oh, they're just awful. They're like haunted, like they're monsters themselves. But I really need to have... Let's see how many characters I have. I think I got... I want to say 10? I think I want to say 10. And, yeah, I like to kind of make a female male looks a little bit. I'm not looking for the ultimate accessory modification of the character portraits. It just, it'd be nice to kind of have them. Maybe not. Yeah, but some of the graphics, I mean, some of the things I could have in this are puzzles where, you know, you come to a door and it's locked, and then I have like a lock assembly that you could do if, you know, use your controller, and you pick who you want to do it, and then, because right now, I need to add this event, because it would just give more, just gives more depth to the game. Because right now the game really is just about fighting a bunch of monsters all the time. And I don't know how much dimensions of fun I could have with that necessarily. I mean, yeah, you can do fire damage or you can do electrical damage, but really it's all about I'll just do damage, just a different flavor of damage. What's different? You know, well, I mean, what would be different would be learning who needs to have what attack against, that type of thing. But, I need to be able to have it give you clues. I mean, the real retro way of doing things is just don't tell you anything about it. You come across a monster, it's really hard to fight because you go all in on it, but you might discover if you just fight him with, one character, they suddenly become, that's the Achilles heel, right? And I might have monsters like that where you have an engagement where if you just attack with one person and everyone else parries, boom, it works. So those kind of puzzles. He still needs work. Appreciate that. You have discovered my, I have one emote. And it came out very dark and I don't like it. But, I have so, you know, starting out with the channel, you can kind of get these slots, and right now I'm kind of in the auto approve mode, where if I were to upload it, it basically gets approved first, and if I were to disable that slot, then it might turn off that auto upload, and then I have to wait weeks for everything to get approved again. Like, oh. But I need to fill out some of my emotes. Basically, it's going to be some of my characters shrunk down. I had to brighten it. Almost, you just can't see that very well. That's my kobold. I have a lot of kobolds. But yeah, little battle puzzles like that. I even thought about the idea of, man, this would be hard to do. I would like to be able to do it. So I got that, that oil paint charcoal, pastel type draw. I would like to be able to create an animated character in that same format, which I think would take me years per frame to build those things. But it would be nice to be able to kind of have that art style. But when you fight, you get like, I want it to be not quite like the traditional where you have to move in, block and fight. You get like 3 seconds of movement, and either combinations of using your joystick. You can move in and block, move in and thrust, or move in but you're also watching the enemy character too. And for the couple seconds they do something, you could decide to do something depending on what they do. So you can kind of get this like this little time stop of the battle. So your fighters, you could bring your shield up, or you could thrust, or they, kind of reacted to them, and then it flips over. Your next up is your mage is able to cast a spell. They attempt to cast a spell, but by looking at the animations or what's happening with the other side, you might want to change up a little bit what you're doing. And you have an option. So you have options to do that. Make it a little more user input. And I was trying to think of a way to kind of do that. Yeah, so, I mean, a little bit more of a time stop, real time stop motion battle system. So it's not, always fluid. So, I'm like, it's either that, or you have more of a very generalized type of an attack where you get this wire frame or this very, very generic type of, from the back behind two-thirds look, and you have a few seconds to sidestep left or right, move forward, thrust, attack the weapon, block with the weapon, different things like that. And in its response to the other character, as they fight, do that little movement, and then move on to the next. Now that would probably be more possible, because then it's just more of a idealized animation. And yeah, something like that. Yeah, I haven't played any game that does that yet, but I'm sure. I mean, that's the thing. It's gonna be somewhere. But yeah, I mean, it could be. So in this battle, you could have something like that. I kind of like that though. And all it really does is it's not going to be necessarily meant to be a physics simulator. Oh, I put my shield up. Why didn't it work? It's just saying that you've kind of made an adjustment to the course of actions, which relate to like pluses and minuses to the die roll, and then but in the end it's still going to battle out, somewhat randomly, with capped, somewhat, battles and such. So we'll see how that works. I think I like that idea. I like the idea with the is this mouse coming through? Perfect. So up in here, I could have maybe I could have portraits in the maze itself move up. Real two-dimensional. Maybe some of that. So that when it comes to ranged attacks and stuff, it makes more sense. When you come across treasure, the old game, which is kind of this, if you ever played Wizardry, you're gonna go hey, wait a minute, this looks familiar. Well, yeah, I really like Wizardry. It's grandfather of most of your RPG games, and this is very similar. I mean, well, it's going to have it has elements of that. Yeah, it has elements like the old grandfathered of the RPG games out there, and so with that, the treasure system worked by there's treasure, or there's a trap. Who do you want to disarm? And then you say okay, and then they think it's this, and then you pick through a list of what you think it is, and you hit go, and you find out, you have to say, attempted to do something, but it did, but nothing worked. Or just looking at it, I'm gonna have my mage look at the. He didn't have a chance. As soon as he touched it, exploded. Something like that. But yeah. Or I used to play a Defenders of the Crown, where you would have your various factions, and depending on if you wanted to do jousting games for land, or raiding with sword fights, or just battles with the armies. Each one has a different type of strengths. I always like Cedric of Cedric character, where he was like just really, he was horrendous at, I think, everything practically. But I made him really good anyway in jousting. But so yeah, when you joust, you have to, you get your horses, you got your shield, the guys run up the shield, and you got you're trying to move your pole, and because he's not really good at it, as you're moving it and tracking it, it will suddenly track faster on you, and you have to go the opposite controls, to get it back into that, target zone. Well, I thought about something like that, where, all right, you're going to pick this trap. This trap has a lot of pulleys and things like that in it, so maybe, I don't know, something that would be appealing toward a fighter. And then so when the fighter does it, his hands will come up to it, and you're trying to like grab an object, and suddenly it starts veering off one direction. You have to give a lot of opposite input. You got like, timer cutting down on you, and you have to, you're trying to get, do that. And then you have one character that's really good at it, so it's just like smooth as silk, and just goes right in there and does what he needs to do. Things like that. Or just simply, hey, do this, do that, and then it rolls numbers and tells you what happens. So there is some charm into just kind of doing that as well, I think. But I think there's opportunity for things like that. Or maybe just completely different battles altogether. You come to a certain room, certain type of environment interaction, your battle switches over to like that type of battle. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, then there we go. I don't know, maybe you'd have like a behind the look, your party is, in a formation. When it comes to your character, everything slides over to your character. That's the biggest character, that's the biggest image. Let's say you're a fighter, and while you're fighting things, you notice one of the other opponents lunging. Their animation comes to the point where they're going to start lunging toward one of the other characters. You, as a fighter, you could decide by, say, a triple left on your thumb pad, or a triple right. Tap real quick. Basically decides that you are going to attempt to shield that character from that. And if you're successful, you're going to get that character's going to get a bonus in this defense, but then next round you're going to be at a disadvantage, type of thing. You know what? Yeah, kind of a Final Fantasy thing. I was really, yeah. So the game isn't. I was, also trying not to quite do that as well. But yeah. Because, you're kind of seeing the main. I could maybe prettify it, make it look more pretty. But something like this is the nuts and bolts of it. And with that, this is, you're picking your what you want to do with these things. And it doesn't vary too much, other than, more options. It's, more options to pick here. Some of the limiting factors on this would be, yes, I can go spell blazing, but you don't have a lot of spells at the beginning levels. You don't see that as much because that's my test characters. But so you're going to have artificial well, not really artificial, but you're going to have like those limitations put into the system. I don't want them to be just limitations for limitation's sake, but at the same time, I want it to be a little bit, gives you some options. I don't want 1,001 options, but at the same time, I don't want to have it too tedious and too easy. And I would guess probably well, that's okay. I appreciate you sticking that with me. Appreciate that, absolutely. It is getting, I did notice that it's kind of better for me to stream later, but I can't hack that. But, anymore, but, yeah. And I need to get to streaming more than once a week. Mainly it's just because I've been so busy with work. I just don't want to see code for a while. And I have other games to play too at the same time. Right now I'm playing Valheim. My friend group is, we're doing some Valheim craziness. Kind of like that. We're doing the basically quality of life mods. Pretty much. Other than that, you know, not much mods. And yeah, it's been kind of fun experience. With this maze system, remember Contra, or Super Contra, you know, where you had to like walk down the hallway. You guys were walking back and forth and shooting and stuff like that. I got the maze system here. I mean, we could add the action, right? You could. I should do that maybe I should do that for White Vaults. That'd be kind of fun. Another thing I was thinking about is like taking this maze system and combining it with tower defense. So, as a wizard, you have to run around down the mazes and set up tower defenses, and then the monsters come by and they come through and you got to shoot them up, or you got to fight them yourself. I think I'm going to do that. I finally got an idea what to do. Yay. I think I want to, oh, yeah, still. Right, you have fun? Appreciate your time here. This does not seem like 1 in 10. This is ridiculous. It is, but it is 1 in 10. Poofed. So, one of the things that this system works is wherever you don't see a number, it uses the 00, the maze. And what is the SC maze? Well, SC maze contains I don't know why that's a breakpoint. SC maze contains these encounters. And each of these encounters has a group of spawns. So like humanoids consists of wildmen, ruffians, kobolds, kobold casters, and orcs. And this is the percentage of chance that any of these would be picked. This is the percentage of chances that one of those get picked within EN humanoids. Now for the inside of SC maze, this is 1 in odds, or actually it's a raffle system. So miscellaneous giant rats and Bubbly Goo is they get 4 tickets. Slimes get 4 tickets. So between these two, it's a 50-50 chance between getting these two. And then Humanoids is next at 3 tickets, and Undead Humanoid at 3 tickets, and then you got the Ruffians at 1 ticket. And so you add up all those tickets, you perform a raffle, and one of these groups get picked. And when one of these groups get picked, and then it goes down inside that group and says, okay, there's a 25% chance Ruffians and 75% chance of Wildmen. And then once you're inside of Humanoids, for example, I can edit. Oop, I don't want that. I screwed that up. Well, actually, that's okay. Here's the areas where these actual SP or the single party spawns. This is when it actually creates the enemy party and fills them with the monsters. So there's like 3 levels of generation. And the way the game would work is that if you don't have any numbers designated, that uses that top slot, the 00 slot. That's the default. Otherwise, so of all these rooms, I have a 1 in 20. I have a 1 in 20. I use 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, and 4 all use 1 in 10. And then I have a 5, that's a 1 in 2. So what that means is I have 3 groups. I have a 1 in 20 group, a 1 in 10 group, and a 1 in 2 group. I go ahead and roll up. I do 10 rolls of 1 in 20, 10 rolls of 1 in 10, and 10 rolls of 1 in 2. Then, and every time I move in a room that has, let's say, a 1 in it, I will go look at that 1 in 10 group of rolls, and I'll take a roll off of it, and if it's a 1, I'm under attack. If it's anything else, I'm not under attack. But I have 10 of them at all times, and it's like a queue. It constantly gets depleted the more of those. If I'm in a room that is a 1 in 10, it does a 1 in 10. If I happen to walk into a room it's a 1 in 2, well then every time I hit that one room, I pull from that pool of numbers. So that gives me basically a way to have random, but I know what's going to happen in the next 10 possibilities. So that's why spells and such can have like, oh, I want to see the future. This is how I represent that future. That's why when you move around in the maze, it'll say like, oh, I feel danger. That's because it's looking at all 10 rolls and say it's going to look into 5 of them, and do I see any of those of a 1? All right, that's going to be, you would have danger coming towards you. If you keep moving around, that 1 is going to get closer and closer to you. Now, if 1 in 3, it's going to look at the first 3, and if there's a 1 in there, it's going to look at the very next movement. It's much more hard to do that. It's going to tell you it's imminently about to happen. And it means you will get attacked. And the reason why for that is that in the game you can also have what's called like a party readiness. It's like an encampment. You pause as a party. You can cast free spells. You can get your armor up. You can get your regeneration active. Drink some pots, and then move, and you're immediately attacked. So it gives you that idea of being able to prepare for that. So there is that system in here. I'm thinking about kind of working on that a little bit to make it a little more uniform. But yeah, that's something I'm also trying to figure out, to do something like that. And yeah, that's just part of the actual game system I had to come up with before I even did all the graphics. I need to fill out more descriptions too. I have the ability to, just don't do it. Oh yeah, so when you say you want to create an encounter, here's my keyboard system. Use your, move your cursor over. and then hit your B backspaces, or you can hit backspace if you want to do that. Y is capital T. Thugs. And then technically V1. There. And now I got encounters. Thugs. Now thugs need to have, we'll put wild men. Oops. We'll put in some orcs. No. Kobolds. The user interface needs to be a little bit better. And let's put in oh, I need some more monsters. I'll just, yeah. Actually, I'll just leave it at that. And then if I leave it 1 to 1, that's that's basically 50-50 chance. 2 to 1, and 3 to 1. Then we go to set room spawn, add to bank. Let's go find thugs. And then it breaks. All right, Wind, you have a pleasant sleep time. Appreciate it, time. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. No reference set. Why is it a no reference? What's going on here? Spawner. Okay. If it's in the counter spawner. 16, huh? Parent selected item, no. Okay, so now what's your problem? Selected item is, oh, what have I done? I have inappropriately created the menu system. Okay. I'm gonna lose all my edits. That's alright. What if, I'll do this. Turn. Hit backspace. Down. Back in. Encounters should be there. And set spawn. And spawn. Really? Override that. Does that happen on everything? It does. Is that the wrong type? No, it's not. Let's go to menu. What would this be? Even hit escape? Can't. Alright, we're going to go set set menu spawn index. Oh. Do some following here, see what's going to happen. That. Add to spawn back, no. Set. Add. Okay. Ooh. It's no. Yep. Counter spawner. Nothing is empty here. Oh, you're not setting the... You dingbat. Dingbat. Selected item is equal to S. There we go. Give us that. And there we go. Now when I pick it, I can go. Yeah. Nice. Alright. There we go, thugs. Let's make him 1 and 10. Now let's put the thugs. Put some thugs here and there. And then let's see if we... Oh, Plowy. Drop the battle. Battling. There we go. Danger approaching. Approaching danger. Ancient kobolds. All right. These guys might not be quite a walk in the park. This is the kobold. Yes, because kobold's wearing mail. It is actually having armor. Pickle Rick is rendered 7. Right. Do another battle. Oh. Pike Gore's Pickle Rick for 3. And then Goot is punctured. Alright. Pickle Rick is not feeling so good. Wild men. I have to do a spell. I have to do some lesser healing. Pickle Rick needs some healing. We will fight. I think we're gonna cast a spell here. Put him to sleep. Sleep. Right, what's going on? Oh, yeah. Rapier gores Crazy Man for 10. Did not go down. Ike is cast asleep. Oh, they both fell asleep. It's good, good. But it's a battle axe. Old man did to parry. Crazy Man to prevent him from attacking. He was slept. Alright. Pickle Rick. Gets healed. Alright. We have 1 of 0 of 2, meaning there's 1 of 2 left, of which nobody is capable of fighting. We have 0 capable of fighting. We'll just go ahead and clean them up. There we go. A little bit more experience, a little bit more gold. Nice. Oh, not so nice. What's this? Slimes. Don't need spells. Just yeah, let's keep that. One thing you should probably do is one thing I should do. Ike tried to cast a spell. Oh, he's out of spells. Come on, come on. Okay, get back in time. Yay. Get some rest. Rest. Night. Rest. Ooh, how's a lucky roll? Oh, not quite back. There we go, 100% mana. There, everything's back. I haven't done lately is these guys are really itching to get their levels. Yeah. They could definitely go up some levels there. So what I should have with the odds of monster spawning, I should have a basically a percentage, a percentage score that starts off, let's say, at 25%. And the more you move around, the more time you spend in that level of dungeon, the higher that percentage goes up. And what that percentage means is it's the percentage that you will get a spawn. So if normally it would roll 1 in 10 chance of getting a monster. But once it does say you should get a monster, it's now going to roll your percentages, and if it's like you're at 25%, yeah, it has to roll lower than 25%. Then it will happen. So it gives you this buffer of gradual, you have a gradual amount of moving up. So what I could do is I could create a each room. I like this. I need to write this down. Each room is going to have a score, and that's the amount that this gets increased. Or I could do the opposite. I could maybe call it grace. Monster grace. Starts off at 100%. No spawn. And it goes down to 0%, meaning you just don't have any more monster grace. That way you could have spells that would increase the monster grace. And yeah. I don't have it usable, but there is a component in the game that you can activate. Like, are you just doing normal exploring? Are you searching? Are you expediting your movements? If you're searching, then that's how you're gonna find. That's how you're gonna find the things you need to find. Find traps. Anyway, those could have an effect on that monster grace. Or just in general, each level. So if you're on level 1 and just going downstairs to the next level, your monster grace, it subtracts 20% per level, 50%. So when you drop down there, immediately it gives you your monster, it reduces your monster grace. Each room has like a default amount of reduction in monster grace. Every time you open a door, your monster grace drops significantly more. And if you have a battle, your monster grace goes down. And then having like a sneaky class like a ninja, that simply reduces the decay of the monster grace, for example. Yeah. So let's go back to town. Is it? Alrighty. That's right. Go to definition. Oh, if I do this. Required. So help prevent that issue. Although I don't think I have the issue anymore. Nice. Work. Do. Oh, turn the spelling off. Compounds. Oh, well, of course. You know, not always just. Well, I know. Naming a rule violation. Yeah, on that one. interlinks and primary constructors. I just don't want to. Really? Said I could do it. Alrighty, I certainly appreciate the raiders that came in and are just enjoying themselves. And those who have come by, so much thank you. Appreciate that. It is getting a little bit late. I'm getting a little bit tired. Got work tomorrow. I think I'm going to call it for this evening. I hope that wherever you may be, you have a good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing my work session with you. I hope to continue to keep building this game out and hopefully have something in Steam at some point in time in the future. I hope. All right, well, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope that you enjoyed some relaxation music, and I hope that you get a chance to play the game someday. Thank you so much, and you have a great time. Thank you.